Are we good for recording?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so on employee rights that you gave us a counter to last time, we're okay with redefining the essentially discrimination against members, the way you have it.
Okay.
Interfering with the right to discriminate against an employee for becoming a member, for not becoming a member, et cetera, how you define it. That's fine, as defined by Florida statutes, chapter 447. We just want to make it clear that if somebody is alleging that that's been violated, that that's the remedy, it's 447, not the grievance procedure of the contract. So we added a sentence in there.
So union issues, we go chapter 447. Discrimination
Discrimination
remains.
policy and not the grievance procedure, as we talked about last time. If that's okay with you, we can sign off on that.
The only clarification I think we would need on the second sentence, when you said not grievable except through policy, I mean, what would be the mechanism to advance it from, over to HR from the police department? Is there a complaint form or process? The only reason I ask, and I know, Jamie, you know this, Justin himself has brought complaints to you. And they seemingly don't, I mean, he gets a reply back that they don't see there's anything there. Is there a process by which either it's recorded, I mean, you can put it in an email, but if some way that it's memorialized, in some way more formalized, that says what HR has done with it, who the steps that were taken, at least so the employee officer knows that it's been, how it was addressed. Is that fair to say, Justin?
For the discrimination,
Yes.
But as far as like the violations of 447, why, is there a reason why you guys don't want that grievable?
Yeah, it just gives people another bite at the apple. I mean, there's a statute that says you can't discriminate against people for membership in unions and refraining from it and all that stuff. And there's a mechanism by which, if someone feels like they've been discriminated against, you can file an unfair labor practice charge and get through PERC. So we don't want them to have another bite at the apple by going through a grievance procedure.
Does our side need a moment to talk about this one before we go any further?
Yeah, you might just have
That's fine.
a couple minutes.
Yeah.
You want us just to maybe tap on the door?
You know, here's another one too, while we're gone, for you to look at. This is our counter on seniority. So
Yeah.
I just give you this one too.
Okay.
There's some copies of it. It's a 2-page deal. I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Seniority, okay.
Yeah, you know how we talked about the bumping with lieutenants and all that stuff? That's our counter on that.
He's gonna be, yeah, no, it's old. Some point you gotta get
I got John Morgan's phone number if I trip. Don't worry.
Let me turn the recording on first before you say that, so we have it on record, you can tell them not to trip before they did, so. Cheryl, say 10 more times. We'll go back on. There we go.
Christmas.
For the
We're
fingernails there. I see.
For the people.
Christmassy, right?
Are we on?
We're on.
Okay. We've taken some time to, on employee rights. I think we're almost there. We have a compromise position because yours was a compromise to our last proposal. Second section, let's start with what we agree on. The second section, we're fine about the discrimination. We still have the hanging question, but it's more of a process question of if there needs to be a grievance form or something. I know Greg, Port Orange actually has a grievance form, right? That we might be able to utilize in that process to maybe help HR if there's not a form. So that can be worked out, I think, in just the manner in which it's reported and how the officers kept apprised of, what the outcome was. On the first one, we're okay with the first lengthy sentence, but we feel, to answer your position on it, Wayne, of not getting 2 bites of the apple, we think the fair compromise would be have an either or, but not 2 bites of the apple. We had proposed, of course, in our version that we were separating the union retaliation against membership and association, but still leaving it grievable, of course. You guys wanted to go solely through PERC. We're agreeable, and this is a sentence that I just hand wrote, so just hear it out. Any employee who believes their statutory rights under Chapter 447 have been violated may address such through the grievance procedure set forth in this agreement. That's the same ending verbiage in the next section on discrimination about set forth in this agreement, or through the Public Employee Relations Commission, PERC, but not both.
What concerns me is this, is that you've now got an arbitrator who's determining whether there's a statutory violation. And you may or may not get an arbitrator that is well-versed in statutory burdens of proof and things of that nature. That's what concerns me, Gary. That the unfair labor practice part of the statute is it's not that complex, but you got to at least know what you're doing in terms of burdens of proof and all that good stuff, because it's shifting, and all that. So if you did what you're talking about, the employee could go and file a grievance, have an arbitrator, then rule whether there's some statutory violation on the employee's right to exercise their 447 rights. And that's what concerns me. You got, I get arbitrators who are not very well versed, and they may not even be lawyers, they may be professors.
Sure.
So that's what concerns me. It seems like the statute's there to protect employees from engaging in union activities or refraining from them. And there's a mechanism, if they feel like they're being retaliated against or whatever, to file an unfair labor practice, and there's a pretty significant remedy there if it's proven. So I'm reluctant, to be honest with you, to have an arbitrator deal with those issues.
Well, certainly, Wayne, I understand that. Yes, that's where it gets down to the selection of the arbitration panel and then ultimately the arbitrator to the strike process. But arbitrators are called upon to make decisions on whether it was excessive use of force or not, which can rise to the level of a criminal violation. It's egregious enough. So arbitrators are called upon to make decisions, I think, every day in arbitration decisions around the country on statutory violations and things that are maybe not the easiest to determine, but again, they're called upon to do it. I think, and through AAA or even the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service or whatever process, if we want to go American Arbitration Association or FMCS or some other process, when we get to that, we could apply it here. They have subcategories where you can specify that I want someone with law enforcement background or you can see the experience because they make you send in their CV or resume as part of the packet when you get it. So I hear what you're saying, but I'm not personally persuaded that I think that should be a disqualifier to say that an arbitrator cannot determine a statutory violation. I mean, the burden of proof is just a preponderance in arbitration, unless it's a termination case, then it's a higher standard based on the arbitrators. Most of the case law in arbitration says a termination is a higher standard than the preponderance, 51%. But I have confidence that if an arbitrator was selected, particularly one with a legal background, as opposed to maybe just being a professor, and you can see that again on their bios that they have to submit, that we could get to a point where that would happen. I think what the union doesn't want to be boxed into is solely, the PERC process has several steps to it. They have the gatekeeper process where the general counsel at PERC has to decide if you've even met the threshold to bring a charge. And I've seen them kick back before just because one person, the general counsel at PERC, doesn't think you've alleged enough sufficiently to constitute a violation. I don't think the union will, and I think what this further does for our people, the union, we will have to collectively decide, and the executive board will have to decide, is this a real serious violation, then it would probably go the PERC route. If it's something that we think, we don't want to wait 6 months or a year for a PERC hearing, we'd rather go through the grievance process. We think it can be addressed fairly quickly and hopefully resolved.
And wait a year instead.
What's that?
And wait a year as opposed to 6 months.
Well, but the
I might
grievance
be
Yeah.
coming from a bad position because I had an arbitrator not too long ago
Yeah,
who found that we had just cause to terminate the law enforcement officer, but he said that we violated the 180-day rule under law enforcement officers' bill of rights. But he was wrong. He was dead wrong because I'm sure you're familiar with
just the internal versus
the
external
McQuaid case
argument.
makes it very, very simple and very clear that if it's an internal complaint, 180 days didn't apply. This was an internal complaint. So he was dead wrong. The problem is, the employer I represented said, let's appeal. And I said, great, let's do it. But under the Florida Arbitration Act, even if the arbitrator's wrong on the law, you can't appeal it. That's the concern. I'm just.
Luckily, it changed statute now.
What's that?
Luckily, statute's changed. There's no internal.
It has now, you're right,
Yeah.
but it didn't on that one, so.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you write it in there, and then we'll think about it.
So again, we're proposing adding one sentence to summarize, one sentence to point 1. That would be what I said. Point 2, we're fine with the caveat that just on the side, I trust Jamie and Matt, we could just work out the logistics of what that looks like.
So what would it read? Why don't you have Heather type it in there, so at least we can take a look at it and write it.
Yeah,
Leave this one that we added, or change the sentence here in the middle.
I changed the sentence in the middle, the underline.
yeah.
So we'll take this one out.
Yeah, and then the new sentence is
Yep.
any employee who believes their statutory rights under chapter 447 have been violated, comma, may address such through the grievance procedure set forth in this agreement, or through the Public Employee Relations Commission. Comma, but not both.
Gary, this is just from my understanding, but so if it were to go the grievance
Mhm.
process, what is the remedy that's being sought? If one of these types of allegations comes through the grievance procedure, what can the arbitrator actually give you in terms of a remedy?
Well, one, I would think an arbitrator could certainly enter what's like an injunctive relief and issue an admonishment to the department and or the individual that has discriminated against the person. They obviously could award legal fees. Beyond that, they could probably, some equitable remedy that an arbitrator, I would think, would be entitled to do is maybe some training. I don't think you'd see some monetary, I don't know monetarily, if someone doesn't lose their job,
Yeah, it's kind of, I'm saying,
yeah,
like,
they're
it's
just being discriminated against
Yeah.
or retaliated.
Yeah.
Like, well, prime example, a man sitting to my left in this very room has felt retaliated against as the point person for this IUPA chapter ever since it came into being. And he's lodged complaints to Jamie about disparate treatment of the membership and even himself. He's not lost his job, so he's not lost any money per se, but it would be something that, and if we went the HR route, obviously Jamie or you could take some corrective action. The arbitrator could do something. The things that come to mind are, like I said, some injunctive relief, in order to cease, some training required of the person or persons that may have been found to have been the person retaliating against someone, that sort of thing. And or I guess the arbitrator could recommend or even order discipline of some time against the wrongdoer. I mean, I don't think we could define remedies if we wanted to. I don't know that it's needed, but if the union wouldn't be opposed to crafting remedies available if the arbitration route was the way to go, if that's what you're asking. Am I correct, guys? I mean, you're more just wanting the conduct to cease as opposed to caring
Yes.
for the outcome of who's doing it against you, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
And just one more clarifying question for me, based on this language, is it the intent of the unit to be able to go, and I get your description of Justin, is it the intent based on this language, how I read it, that they could file a grievance without making a first complaint? Or is it they file a complaint if they don't agree with the results of the complaint, they then can file a
No.
grievance?
They would have to choose their remedy at the outset. If you're asking me, could they start down one path and not like the result and then jump track? No.
I guess my concern there is if they go straight to filing a grievance without the situation being able to be reviewed.
Well, if it's
That's
grievance,
a concern for me.
if it's a grievance, you would get to redo it. If it's perk,
But there's it's a 10-day window there. So it's just a very different situation to be
Sure.
able to look at a situation in 10 days from a grievance standpoint
oh,
than it is to be able to take a complaint of harassment and be able to.
Yeah, but this
Go
is
through
like
that
union
process.
harassment, which we all know that there's no actual protection except for the Bill of Rights. We're not a protected class like in the other discrimination. That's why we're willing to go the route through the policy, the police department policy on that, but the union discrimination, that's why we want the grievance process in there. So we don't have to go to PERC. Try to handle it, and hopefully the city manager, whoever it becomes, can alleviate the problem there and fix it. That's that. And that's the main goal.
and Jamie, if you're asking about the time constraints with the 10 days, I think we covered it later that either side can ask for an extension. If it were something like you needed time to investigate, we understand. We're not going to prohibit you from doing, you and or Matt, from doing whatever investigative work you need to do, talk to people. We wouldn't handcuff you in that way, if that's what you're asking.
Is the biggest issue in the union retaliation thing, at least getting an audience with the city manager?
That's one of them, yeah.
It's just, I asked that because, and I don't hold me to
That's a
this,
good
but, could it be that we could do some sort of grievance up through the city manager, and if you don't get relief there, then head off for. Again,
that
don't
would
hold
be
me
a
to
fair-
that. I haven't
I
talked
mean,
to them about that.
My initial gut says that would be a fair process because you're kind of melding both. You're saying you could grieve it up to the city manager, and if you're not satisfied,
Then you head off and file your own employee.
then you can go to PERC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you live with that?
Yep.
Can you live with that? You're going to talk about it.
You're saying, yeah, you can still go to PERC, you can grieve it and go to PERC if you're not.
No arbitration.
Maybe at least get to the
To me,
city
that's two
manager.
bites, which is what you said you didn't like, but if you're willing to do that, I don't.
I mean, we would.
Well, it's two bites, but it avoids an arbitrator adjudicating
Be-
something that should be by statute, is
Are you
really my
guys
big concern.
okay with that? Okay,
Let's give it that.
we can do
Yeah.
that.
Merry Christmas.
Sorry, Heather.
Look at how easy I am.
I think you can probably think most of that's.
Wayne, we're over here gonna save the Merry Christmas for the wages. and-
Warren is finishing the contract today.
Mr. Helge just
Be a Grinch.
does not like arbitrators.
We'll leave that, may address
That would be Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Festivus, all rolled into one, right?
here.
Just through a grievance to,
Up to.
up
city
to the city manager.
Through the grievance procedure set forth in this agreement through the city manager. And maybe just put a period there if the grievant is not satisfied with the final decision of the city manager, it's fair. The grievant may proceed through public employee relations commission.
Gary, can we just add something that said,
Yeah.
after city manager said something to the effect of, not arbitration and, just to make that clear. that-
Yeah, but not arbitration, how about that?
But not arbitration. Through the city manager.
Yeah.
Put comma, but not arbitration.
Right here.
Or you didn't put it there.
Yeah.
So we can ask the city manager. So
Yeah, I think, yeah, if we just clean that language.
But not arbitration.
I think it's
And then period.
Has
If
not
not satisfied.
get this agreement process of the city manager, it gets well done
Yeah.
through. Any document.
Yeah, take out but not.
Yeah, he gets it.
And you can take out the but not both.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be safe?
My issue still stands.
Congratulations. May,
Really being able to.
you have anything else?
I think it's fair. I think
why don't we say proceed through the statutory.
Okay, that's fine.
Statutory.
May proceed through chapter four.
Instead of saying public employees
But
relations
then how
commission,
does that play? I guess.
I mean, because, yeah, the
through the,
PERC is mentioned in the chapter, so.
through the statutory, how about the statutory mechanism?
Chapter 447.
Yeah. Set forth in chapter.
And Garrett, just to,
Yeah.
I think Jamie brings up a good point, but so as we've kind of talked about in the past, at least you and I, hopefully we're not starting there, hopefully that's something that,
Oh, sure.
you can still come to HR as a start and if they can figure something out, then so that we're not having to go down a grievance procedure,
How about doing
as
this,
a
Matt,
first step.
through the steps of the grievance procedure set forth in this agreement through the city manager?
Yeah, that's fine, through the
Through
steps.
the steps of the grievance procedure set forth in this agreement through the city manager.
Yeah, and when I guess I'm getting more of before even going to grievance, any of the steps to grievance, coming to HR and say, hey, I feel like this is.
I think-
I'm not saying it hasn't happened.
Yeah, typically Justin or Greg would let me know, hey, we think there's been an issue.
Yeah.
And I think Justin, Greg, or I would be the first to contact you and say, hey, Matt, Jamie, we've got a problem here. Here it is, before we file a grievance. Can you get back to us in a day or two? And
It's all.
I think you have our commitment that we'll try to handle it that way, because obviously it takes more time for you to, and any of us have to write something up and go through a process if we can get it resolved. So, yeah.
If I can get it resolved without doing agreement, I think it's
You good with it?
less work for me.
And Heather, just put it up on an agreement.
You good with it?
Since we have the agreement.
All right, let's print it out.
On where, which one?
The agreement, just make it capital A, you have it down in the next section is, since you're referring to the action document.
You guys good with that?
I'm good with it.
Yeah. Hey, we TA this.
Good with this one then?
Yep.
Let's print it out and TA it while I run to the restroom. How's that?
I'll put the court to bed and keep the various versions. It's like making a cake, switching this up.
Got rid of it, man.
So Jamie, Matt, I guess the luncheon that y'all went to after, was that, I heard it was the send-off luncheon for
Oh,
Mr. Johansson, was it? Where's the city in the process of looking?
yeah, we're
Swimming at the moment.
Yeah, we got, so the assistant city manager's name has been named the interim. But so he recently just got selected by Lake County to be the county manager. So if they work out a contract, which,
So now you might lose your assistant city manager too?
and he's been selected, so it's up to him whether.
City manager Jones it is.
No. No
Yes.
way.
Or Jamie, do you step in the interim role? Didn't you hold it for a little while?
Council,
So that'll be the decision of council. When Jake was here, he could appoint
Oh,
an interim.
probably chatting a little bit about that tomorrow night.
Yeah.
At the meeting.
is the council, I mean, they put out, I guess it's a public posting.
They've done the RFP for the permanent. Yeah, they're soliciting
Shortlist tomorrow.
a search firm, and yeah, shortlisting it tomorrow as far as the couple that are in the top for the search firm. The search firm will then, it's about I'd say it's 6 month process or so of what we're looking at to get the full-time city manager replacement in. So in the meantime, we have to have some interim names.
Has there already been a couple of candidates, or is the search firm already?
No.
No.
Are you interested?
No.
I might apply.
I have my resume in the truck if you want.
Yeah.
I got it.
You want me to apply?
Yeah, bring it
I got
on.
mine right here. Can I do both?
Ready to go. Tearing stuff up.
You gotta sit right here so you can be on camera, Chris.
Yeah.
Just stare at it.
Well, I wish you guys the best for that, because I can only assume it's probably increased some of your responsibilities during this.
Yeah, I think you deal with that each time you get the turnover, you get somebody else coming in.
Selection process now they're going through. So Lake County's hiring, Mike, has offered your assistant.
They've selected them, and now it comes down to negotiating a contract with the assistant city manager.
And that, he would be the new county manager in Lake County if he,
If they get the deal done.
so it's I guess, a promotion for him. And he gets-
Yeah.
I don't want it. I'm considering doing it for the county.
And I just-
Yeah, okay. Like, I thought you agreed to that.
Wayne, while we're waiting and Jamie and that, what is the timetable that the council's, what would be their best desire for us getting a contract done? Are they hoping to get it done this year?
Oh, yeah, we'd love to see it by the end of the
2
year.
meetings.
Yeah, yeah.
2 meetings. Okay.
I wrote.
Do they still have a council meeting set for before the, well, they have one tomorrow night, you said, right?
Yeah, and they'll, I think they would entertain, I think we're gonna end up having special meetings just because of what's going on with all these selections that I just talked about, so.
So, I mean, full disclosure, it takes us so long to get things up on our agenda meeting. January 19th is their next regularly scheduled
January
meeting.
19th.
I've already put a placeholder on that, and we'll just take it from meeting to meeting to try to, because I'm hopeful we'll be able to come to a resolution as soon as possible.
So tomorrow night is more of a special meeting for the council.
Tomorrow night's a regular meeting, but we have to, it takes us about 3 weeks, our process, to get anything on the agenda, and then I know you guys have a voting and everything like
Right.
that, so.
Okay.
Brought my good pen, so ready to sign.
All right,
Let's do it. Just sign off on some stuff.
Well, we got one.
We do have one.
You good with that?
You know what I thought that was important.
Heather, before we go to that one, after we TA this one, can we go to seniority, since that's the one you guys asked to TA that one?
this is.
Oh, this one's already been, yeah. There we go.
What did we do? We do sign 2 of them? You keep one, we keep one? Is that
We made
what
copies afterwards.
We made copies after, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Now let, yeah. and
All right,
Justin
let's
kept
take
ours.
this one.
Yeah,
Walk back and forth across.
thank you.
And this way.
How you doing? Snuck in on me.
So local transit.
Yeah.
All right, there's one.
All right, what do you want to talk about? Seniority?
Seniority.
All right.
Hand this back over. Obviously, our two versions of that one reduction in force scenario are different. Just, Wayne, we took to heart a little bit about what you said about, I think you said you were not involved in the lieutenant's contract, and
Right.
you felt some reticence to reference the lieutenants in our contract. From our side of the table, we feel like this is a scenario, obviously, that's not through any fault of the sergeant who would be demoted due to a reduction in force. So we are not in agreement to your verbiage. We still like what we proposed. We believe that if a sergeant is demoted after a lieutenant is rolls down to the rank of sergeant, that sergeant should not have to incur a pay reduction. So, and that was in our last proposal. I think the union feels pretty,
So you take a sergeant down to an officer, but keep him at a sergeant's pay.
yeah.
Is that what, wouldn't the lieutenants be the same, or what would be would the lieutenants go to the sergeant pay?
You guys know, I think we brought the lieutenant's contract. We can check that. Jamie, do you know off the top of your head?
I can pull it up. I have to imagine, just going off my memory, I know there are provisions that they, in other policies where if there's a reduction in force, they maintain pay for like the current fiscal year and then they're reduced down to the appropriate pay range.
Mhm.
But I know that that's a different policy. I think that's,
Cuts it short if you're December. 2 paychecks.
I don't know the answer to that, Gary. It just seems to me that the concept of a layoff is to try to reduce costs. You know, that's what you're really doing. is
Sure.
Eliminating positions and reducing people, and as opposed to just throwing them off the street. So that would really defeat the purpose if you took somebody and put them down to a lower rank, but kept them at the same rate.
We also proposed the reduction in force. Right now,
Yeah,
we're short officers. We have a ton of positions open. So if we continue to lose people, which we've heard, there's more coming. Eventually, they're gonna have to start moving rank down to cover for what we have, or reduce detectives back down to patrol or something like that. So that's mainly our focus. It's not the layoffs, it's the reduction in force. So if we're short the manpower, at no fault of the sergeant, they're getting moved back down to patrol.
so that's different. So when we're talking reduction in force, we're talking elimination of positions. We're not talking temporary shifts to cover staffing.
Okay, but the argument would be we're so short on people, we can't justify having 5 lieutenants anymore. So we're gonna go to a 2 lieutenant rotation, right? An Alpha Bravo and a Charlie Delta, or whatever you wanna say. So we're gonna go to 2 lieutenants. Now 2 lieutenants get reduced. They're not getting laid off, but they're getting knocked down to sergeant. And now that sergeant gets knocked down to an officer and through no fault of his own has to take a pay cut. Right? Only because we're so short of people. You know what I'm saying? So it's not
I just
because,
don't see the temporary
Yeah.
staffing issue being, I don't see that happening. I mean, it could, but I don't see a temporary staffing issue being the same as a elimination of positions.
But they already started with like CST.
right, they've already
and
moved,
They've already made steps and done
Right.
that.
motors
So-
and
Sure,
CID
but
are taking rotations
People's
in
positions
patrol.
aren't changing. A sergeant is still a sergeant, even if they're acting as a patrol officer for a few shifts, right?
But they lose their specialty position, like the motor sergeant lost his specialty
Right.
pay. So it's an economic.
Wayne and Jamie, it's at page 15 of the new lieutenant's contract. And Wayne, this verbiage that we proposed, that's why Justin and the board proposed it, is very similar. I'm gonna read you just two sentences from it's section 8.7. Well, there it is right there. In the event of reduction in force or layoff, they roll down to, so here they are referencing our bargaining unit. The very thing that I respect, you said you wouldn't want us to do in ours. In the event of a reduction, those personnel affected shall be given first consideration. It says nothing about pay. That's why we don't know the answer to whether they're staying at their lieutenant's.
But this
pay or
is a
not.
layoff they're talking about there.
Well,
Let me just echo
a
what
RIF
Jamie's
or
talking
layoff.
about. I mean,
It says RIF
it sounds
or-
like you're more concerned not about a layoff, but about a circumstance where you got too many lieutenants, you got a staffing shortage, and so you bring them down, they work sergeant.
Right. Yep.
Correct.
You don't want them to have their pay reduced in that circumstance.
Correct.
Well,
Absolutely.
As far as we're concerned, it would be the sergeant that we're concerned about, not the lieutenant, but yes.
Where's your proposal that you gave to us?
Okay. Our proposal,
The page is it on?
So page
10 or 11?
10 or 11.
Yeah, it starts at 10, bottom of 10 and carries up to 11. Yeah.
Yeah. Just look at it.
No, that's yours. Ours, the second sentence is, ours says the sergeant with the least amount of time in grade will be subject to a reduction in rank to officer pay without loss of pay.
That's the only change for this one.
And then I think y'all added the 1 calendar year period too. I don't think that was in ours. And that's not in the lieutenant's.
I'm having trouble with this
That's where I'm
double-sided
struggling.
stuff, sir.
There you go. Copy.
Now I got it.
Right,
She can,
I think
think,
the situation
put
they're
ours up there
describing,
and let you see it,
you know, fine, they're not changing their.
maybe in
position,
red or something.
but
or-
So you're talking, your reduction of force is actually eliminating those positions.
Right.
Yeah.
Not just temporary.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking
Yeah.
about.
We're talking about like a temporary, until we
So
get back
I
to
would-
staffing,
Yeah, I
that's,
mean.
that's what we're talking
Maybe we
about.
Pure
need to have-
contract administration, like if we were truly discussing kind of that situation, this is not the article I would pull to look at, you know,
Right.
because that's not in my mind a reduction in force. We're talking layoffs and elimination of budgeted vacancies when we're talking reductions of
Okay,
force.
so yeah, we're definitely talking about two different things that,
Yeah.
we're talking about with manpower, they're taking,
You're talking about
Three to-
something temporary,
three to-
they're talking
yeah.
about something more permanent.
Right.
that's what we're trying to get to.
Maybe we should have both scenarios treated separately. Yeah.
I was just gonna suggest that. It seems to me that if we're just gonna have one article labeled seniority, it might make sense to either have a separate one labeled reduction in force or layoff or whatever, and then one to address what you're talking about, or put it all in one article that's segregated by topic.
Yeah.
Because I think we're talking apples and oranges at the moment.
I think you're
At least I think I am. We're talking about a layoff, a true, you know, we just don't need
The-
that many employees in.
The job may or may not.
You're talking about something completely
Yeah,
different.
we're talking about staffing issues, staffing concerns, where we have 5 lieutenants right now, and we don't even have 5 patrol officers on the road sometimes. So if they reduce those lieutenants down to sergeants and then put the sergeant back in patrol, we don't want those sergeants to lose pay just because they got bumped down.
And I not to speak out of turn, but I'm in agreement on the base pay, specialty assignments, if they're not doing the specialty assignment, I don't know if I can agree with that. But
Yeah, it is,
I'm in
yeah.
agreement with the idea of if I could go, hey, Sergeant, I need you to ride as a patrol officer for 30 days.
You should.
I'm not moving that person's position.
Yeah, and to your point, Jamie, and Wayne too, in that scenario you just described, Jamie, and that is the current situation, those positions are already budgeted for, so it's not a budgetary impact, it's not a financial impact. It's
And
just,
we haven't, other
Yeah.
than we said you're not doing the specialty pay assignment anymore, so, you know,
Right.
we can't give you that, but that's the way we've operated throughout all these
Yeah.
staffing changes.
We want to make another paragraph like the next 1.7 to address temporary concerns?
Before you do that, we're gonna take a crack at that, now that I know what you're talking about. We'll take a crack at, maybe we'll just do it, have a
Work-
seniority article and subcategorize it into layoffs. What do you want to call it, temporary reduction?
or it sounds like what do you guys call that? Working out of grade, or is there another name for it?
Well, there's a
It's really
separate
not
article on a temporary assignment to a higher class.
Yeah,
Not
higher.
lower.
I suppose you could put
You do one to
temporary
a
assignment
lower?
to a lower class.
Yeah, yeah.
We could always add to that.
Well, temporary assignment to another class.
Maybe that's where it might be best.
Yeah.
So before we go too far down
Yeah.
that, my concern is, and I don't think we'd head there, but, you know, I don't want to get to the point where we're putting so much in the contract that is unnecessary. So my concern is, operationally, we don't change your seat on the bus. You may be staffed however you're staffed over there, but you're a sergeant in the HR system. If we start getting now temporary classifications up, we don't change your seat, but we change it to be reflective in our system. So we would say, all right, you're a temporary lieutenant, you get the additional pay with it. But what you guys are doing for reassignments now, there's nothing reflective in the HR system. I don't want to get into a situation where somebody starts to ask, well, these 3 months, they weren't really performing as a sergeant, so does that count towards their time and grade? I don't want it to become overly complex is what I'm afraid of. I don't think we would go that way, and I don't think it's the intent of anybody to change people's time and grades or anything like that. I just worry as we put more in the contract, it becoming overly complex and raising more questions than it needs to.
So the union's concern is, say we lose 5 more officers, they reduce the lieutenants down to sergeants, sergeants down to patrol officers. To get staffing back where we need, it's gonna take more than a year or 2 years, whatever. So those sergeants that are back in patrol, are they gonna maintain that pay and time and grade during that 3 years, or is it only that 1 year? Or 30 days, as you said, because that's what our concern is. We're not gonna fix the problem in 30 days. If you're reducing lieutenants down to sergeants and sergeants down to patrol officers, it's gonna take a couple years to get back staffed. And we see how quick we're hiring now, we're not. That's the problem.
Take out the time limit on them, and that'll solve it.
And your junior staff, look, some of those guys got a $4 an hour raise, so you cut them $4 an hour, you're probably gonna see them leave too, so it's kind of self-perpetuating.
And when we put the time limit in there, we're again, to reiterate, we were talking about permanent separation.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so-
think that's why,
Yeah, if you leave the time limit only in the permanent separations, but take it out of the temporary situations, I think that, I agree that.
Yeah, but I think it's long-term temporary if it happens. If that's what happens, it's gonna be a long time till we can get back to that position. So we don't, I can understand the city's trepidation in saying, well, why am I paying a guy as a sergeant 3 years after he's been reassigned to the road? Well, he didn't do anything wrong, and it just takes that long to get staffing back up to where he can promote back up to sergeant.
Again, unless I'm mistaken, you guys correct me on either side of the table. It's certainly not a budgetary issue because those positions are budgeted for, they're just not currently filled.
Yeah.
So it's no greater financial impact to the budget that's already been established, is what I would say. Yeah, the city's paying more for a sergeant, I guess, than what an officer would be if that position was filled, but it's budgeted for, so.
Plus all the open positions that are allotted that aren't being paid. So you have all those positions that are unfilled, they're not getting paid, that money's still sitting there.
So Wayne, I know you've been writing something over there for this. Sounds like.
I've already given my gifts out today.
A little too early.
Let us, when we take a break, maybe take a crack at trying to put something together.
Okay, do we want to move to a different one then, or do you want to pause now?
Yeah, no, we've got one that you could consider while we're over there doing that. That's on promotions.
All right.
You gave us a proposal on that, so we're gonna give you a counter. As I understand, 13, I think it starts on page 13. It looks like there's 2 areas that you've made some suggested changes. One is on the eligibility to participate in sergeant's testing. And the other looks like over in 5 about the department head attempting to resolve issues concerning credits raised by the candidate. Let me address the eligibility first. You guys want to go from a minimum of 4 to 7. years or 5 with an associate's degree. That's too long for us, to be honest with you. So here's a proposed compromise. We're willing to go to 4 years with an associate's degree or 5 without it. So chew on that. On the testing process, frankly, you added a sentence that said department head will attempt to resolve any issues concerning these credits raised by the candidate. It seems like that's a bit redundant. It looks like if you read down further through that testing process, that it's already addressed, that that's really the way it works. I'm kind of curious as to why we need to add that, to be honest with you. I mean, isn't that the way it works anyway?
Are you talking about the department head will attempt to resolve any issues?
Yeah. I mean, it even says in the next sentence, any issue that can't be resolved by the department head is subject to resolution through grievance and arbitration procedures. So that implies to me that the department head is the one
Yeah,
that
yeah, we
resolves those issues, so.
Yeah, we agree.
And if they
That-
can't, then it goes to the grievance and arbitration. So it just didn't seem like it was necessary.
Yeah, we can remove that sentence. We're fine with that and agree that it's essentially covered in the next sentence.
All right, why don't you all
Yeah.
talk about the other, and we'll see what we can do about seniority.
Okay. We'll probably be ready before you guys are, so come back
We're back.
Jamie has it. All right, so we change temporary assignment to another classification.
Okay. I can share it just. Set them down.
And there's three, I think. So we just added a section to try to deal with the issue that you all are talking about, going from a higher classification to a lower classification is to.
I'll tell you what, if you want first, we can, because I think on the promotional process.
Yeah.
Language you sent in.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas, we'll agree. Just remember that, hopefully, when we get down to some other articles, like wages. So we're okay with,
Okay.
the city's counter to the 4 years or 5 without.
All right. Let's get that one set aside.
I think
I'll work on printing that out.
Yeah, Heather, I think there might have been a,
What do you think of that?
we saw that the N might have been marked
I
out.
would think 18 months is long.
Just want to make sure when we put it in clean form.
I think a lot of times you're printing out with the market form.
5 years without a degree. Okay, you got it.
Good.
Okay, good.
You guys good with the promotion?
Yes.
The
Motion.
last page.
Okay, there's an issue here. And that just does not.
I think that's still.
Okay. Well, we need to confirm.
Yeah, we need to confirm.
This.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. We want to talk about temporary assignment now?
Oh, where are we at with the seniority one? Can we?
Well, if we agreed to this, our seniority one that we gave to you would be what we gave to you, because it would just pertain to layoffs.
So it's gonna stay as is.
Yeah, so our seniority one that we gave to you would stay as it is, because it just pertains to layoffs, and then this would address the situation that you're talking about.
So, okay, maybe we start there then. Your page 11, which seniority, benefits layoff. So you all are still at the sergeant having a reduction in pay?
In a layoff situation, yes.
Okay.
I mean, again, this is truly a situation I doubt we're gonna have, but,
Okay.
you know, where we're actually laying off a breed.
All right. So this is where we're at right now. Everybody see it on the screen there? Now, it looks like you guys did remove something that we had in our last session about a week ago. That was a final sentence, that was a .7. It said, that in the event of a vacancy in any division or unit, non-promotional vacancy within the office, seniority will be considered among the skills, abilities, and requirements of the job. Was the intention to leave that out?
Where was that again?
It was one additional sentence as a.
Page 11 of our proposal.
Are you referencing specialty assignments? Is that
Yes.
what I get that you're referencing?
Yep. So a non-promotional position, so like CID, K9, something like that, seniority will be just one of the factors that's included in the decision-making
I mean,
process.
If we want to move that over to the specialty article, I think
Especially
we just want to make sure before we agree or not on this, on your latest change, if that one sentence is still going to be there somewhere in the contract.
Well, that's really an assignment, is it not?
Is that more than
It's in
assignment?
a vacancy
Yeah.
in a division or unit within the office. We're talking assignments there, right?
Yeah,
And that was my interpretation of it, and that's why we took it out, because to me, assignments are really a management right, so you wouldn't really, I mean, that, from our perspective, if that's what we're talking about, assignments, we're really not talking about restricting our ability to figure out who's gonna be assigned, because that's a management right.
well, I think union feels like they just want it reflected, maybe even under the management rights article, that at least seniority will be a factor. Will be considered along with skills, abilities, and requirements.
Well, let's take it out of this for now and deal with it maybe in management rights or something else. I can tell you that, from our perspective, assignment is a management right, so it really isn't something that we would want to restrict ourselves.
And again, we're not putting percentages on these criteria, we're just wanting it acknowledged that seniority, along with skills, abilities, and requirements will be under consideration. Okay, I'm making a note that management right, question mark, article, that maybe, okay, now what's left of this? So they're saying this is just for a layoff.
That's
Yeah.
the worst case scenario.
Yeah. The other one is going to be a problem.
Okay, we haven't got to that one.
Yeah. But this
Address this one's fine.
yeah, this is fine.
Okay,
You guys go with the seniority one,
again, this would just be, okay,
layoff situation. All right.
all right, we're in agreement with seniority.
All right, so let's print that one.
You can get another copy you guys have.
You've got it.
Yeah,
I got clean
I
copy.
wrote on mine, but we could,
That's a clean one, right?
all right, we got a clean one.
All right, go ahead and sign that one, and I'll sign it, and get that one.
Oh, okay. Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Now we're back to
Temporary assignment.
temporary assignment.
What's your concern?
Yeah. So here's my concern with that one. Since we've now separated it from the seniority, I would argue that, I don't know why he would do this, but the chief could then pick any sergeant in these times, right? So if he decides to roll 2 lieutenants back to patrol, he can then pick any 2 sergeants he wants, the way it's written there, and not do it by seniority.
So could we add like lower class, lower sergeant?
I would think
Sorry,
it would be fairly simple to do.
So, I don't know much about your guys' staffing models, but could it be shift based? I'm just trying to think around, if you do it based on seniority versus shift, what kind of hassle is it to move around from shift to shift? I don't know
The most
the
senior
implications
officer.
there, so I'm just
Well,
curious how that impacts you guys.
Senior sergeant wants
The least amount of time in grade, right? So what it would require, I mean, assignment wise isn't a big deal. It would just be like, I have to bump the newest 2 sergeants, and then we'll have to spread the other ones back in to backfill those spots. Or
Well,
the lieutenants could take
those.
those spots. So assignment wise, it's not an issue. It's just that the way it's written as of right now, the senior most and second senior most sergeants could be replaced, and you leave the two most junior sergeants when they roll down like that. That's not, I don't believe, going to be acceptable to the, as long as we do it, I wouldn't even, I think we could just do it with the refer till this should occur as XX6, of the seniority article, or however you want to write that in there. But
Cross-reference it.
yeah, so that we're sure that it means you're not going to get assigned to a lower classification or temporary classification.
So in
That's
this case, and again, I asked it more
Right.
the operations, but today we're talking about a staffing issue, but the way this is written, it could be any emergency or incident going on. Could there ever be a reason why the chief would want a more senior sergeant out in patrol, out of an officer?
Not
Roll
that-
out.
no.
Could there,
Okay.
wait.
Is there a reason why the chief would want a senior officer back, or a senior sergeant back in patrol?
And
Well,
today we're
sure.
talking about a staffing issue, but if it were a terrorist attack type thing, I don't know.
No,
you know,
that- I don't think we would reduce them back to patrol to work a patrol function if there was a terrorist attack or some kind of event like that. This would be more of just guided on like the short staff. So if you didn't have enough people to fill patrol positions, you would roll back the lieutenants to the sergeant spots, and then the two lowest sergeants would go back to the patrol wherever it's needed to fill in. And that's of course the management right, where he can pick where he needs to put them. So if he says you're the lowest sergeant, hey, you're the lowest sergeant, you're going to Charlie, but you come off Alpha, that's his right to do that. We're trying to say that the lowest guy, not the highest sergeant, needs to come back. Because that's one, I think, the fairest thing to do.
Yeah, and Wayne, you wouldn't know this probably, but Carmen right here is a sergeant, so he's obviously in that role and can speak to maybe some of the exact situations and why. I think from a morale standpoint, it's good to have some sort of a, without impinging or impugning management rights, as you said, Justin, to allow the chief to maybe direct the lowest sergeant to where he needs him or her, but still to have some sort of.
The problem that I have with it is there's nothing in there to say it's the lowest sergeant right now.
Yeah, so if we could just put some verbiage in there, like the sergeant with the least amount of time and grade will be subject to the reduction or to the decrease, or the temporary assignment.
Temporary assignment, temporary incidental or emergency assignment, because those are the three.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Where would you put it, assuming that we could agree on that? Such temporary assignment?
Just right before the such temporary assignment?
Well, I think you could do it, such temporary assignment shall be consistent with Article XX.6 under seniority, or however you need to do it.
Okay.
She's got it.
Was she doing it right at the beginning?
Yes.
I don't know if it'd be seniority or time and grade though,
Seniority / time and grade.
because you don't want
Oh, you
seniority.
definitely need to be time and grade.
Because it'd be time and
So
grade.
is the seniority article, do you refer to time and grade?
Yeah, the wage
So can I
article,
reference amount of seniority as referenced in Article XX?
Article XX
for
wages,
Seniority,
maybe, yeah, or,
is it the seniority article or the wages article?
We do not reference the time and grade.
the seniority.
Three types of, time and grade is one of the three types of seniority referenced in that article. And that's apparently defined in a different article.
Time and grade is,
Yes.
Yeah, time and grade is,
I think time and grade is defined in the wages. article,
Wages,
correct?
yeah.
Yes.
So,
So it'd be no-
seniority as defined,
In the wages.
yeah, it has TIG, time and grade.
But I think it says seniority, the least amount of time and grade. We're only talking about the supervisors.
Yeah, I think time and grade is an
Time and grade,
understood
yeah.
term.
Yeah.
of time and grade.
Yes.
Maybe required to perform duties on order class.
Time and grade with the department, time and grade with the city.
Time and grade's fine. I think that's pretty clear.
Okay.
Because you're only talking about, it could only be supervisors that it
A sergeant.
occurs to.
Second, yeah.
Right.
Which theoretically could be an officer, you know, if you have a junior sergeant with more years' experience than a senior sergeant, it's whoever made sergeant last.
That's why it
Yes.
has to be time and grade and not
Versus
seniority.
years of
Yeah.
service.
Yes.
I think this works.
Makes sense.
You guys need time to talk about it, but I think that can work.
Instead of the 18 months, because right now we have the hiring process is really slow because of COVID, so we don't know where the future is going to be. 18 months just seems kind of short for the maximum, or not to exceed a period of 18 months. We work on bumping that up to 24 months, 2 years.
It's consistent with civil service, is what we're trying to, yeah, that's what we were trying to do, we're trying to get consistent with civil service.
The,
If we just
the only
say
thing
generally
though,
not to exceed, you know, if we get into emergency circumstances.
Yeah, if we can't hire and
Generally
fill
not
that
to exceed.
position, then, yeah, if we could always get
Because
override the
I mean,
18.
I think that the, you know, the idea is, are you able to say, okay, you, and I don't know what your guys' thoughts are about this, if that's something that you'd want, but would you want to say, okay, you've been doing it for 18 months, is it somebody else's turn to step back to patrol and you go back to sergeant? I don't know if that's something you guys would be interested in doing, or if you're just kind of stuck.
Keep it at the time and grade.
yeah, keep it at time and grade.
Because
And
it's
then-
stability, you want it to stay.
How about if you,
Yeah, now, like,
shall not exceed a period of 18 months absent emergency circumstances.
Yeah.
So she's suggesting adding, which may generally not exceed.
18 months.
That's
Or,
fine.
or put,
Absent.
shall not exceed a period of 18 months absent emergency circumstances.
That's fine.
As long as we're calling
So,
the
Heather, go,
inability to
uh,
hire people.
Go after 18
in
months.
emergency
I would call it
circumstances.
emergency.
Yeah, because you've already got temporary and incidental, and emergency would be the only one.
Yeah,
of those
or
three.
absent, or except in emergency circumstances, that's fine. Emergency circumstances. Does that work?
That's good?
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
we're good.
Does that work for everybody? All right.
Not to say, and just to, not to say that this is the way we have to choose to solve our staffing issue. I want to make sure it's very clear that
Oh,
there
yeah,
are other ways for us to.
Yeah, this is like a doomsday.
Yeah,
Yes, I just don't
Yeah,
want to
exactly.
necessarily be like, okay, now this is where we're
Yeah.
going, because
Right.
this really, before we talked to, nobody had really considered something like that. So I don't want anybody to think that that's the direction we were planning on going, other than, I know we made some adjustments.
I think
but-
we,
Another 100 years.
I think we better start making
Yeah,
plans for
right.
that, though. If you have the exodus that in the numbers we're hearing, you know, I hope we have a backup plan.
All right, let's print that one out then and get it out of the way.
So now that's one of the ones we TA'd last time, so we'll just get rid of that original one, re-sign it.
Did we TA it?
We
We
did.
did, but
Yeah.
with moving this over, I think it's
Yeah,
causing a new,
let's just take the one we TA'd and put a
yes, you know.
strike through it. That way we know we modified it.
So I think we're roughly up to about half the others.
At least they were the hard half.
Since we're gonna go till about 3, are we gonna break for lunch or order some lunch or? I get grouchy if I don't have food. You're
Let's
paying,
keep them in a
right?
good
You don't want me
mood.
grouchy.
Let's keep them in a good
He's gonna
mood.
make us food.
Or we could just go till like 2 and then eat afterwards. It's up to you guys. I'm flexible.
You guys want to order in, or just-
I don't know, if we're order out subs or something, or I don't know. I'm just throwing out
Subs,
ideas.
pizza, there's wings across the street, whatever. I just assume keep working.
Yeah, I would too,
Mhm.
but instead of just taking a break.
We want to keep Wayne happy though, so.
That's what I'm saying. We'll order food in and keep working.
If you want to just keep working, that's fine, and without ordering anything, but then I probably need to get something to eat around
There's
2
something
o'clock.
like around here. Could have a working lunch, just order it in and have it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's fine.
Keep,
I'm good with that.
Pizza's
You
easy.
good with that?
Good with that?
Pizza or sub.
You want to order something now, and then I've got a few other things that I think we could talk about. You want to break
On
and
its way.
order something? All right, let's break and order something, and then we'll come right back. How's that? Just kind of going through the ones that maybe we could get through.
All right, did we TA this one? Or did you sign off on the?
Yeah.
Yes, temporary assignment to another classification.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, so we're done.
Looks like it's on page 32, maybe.
We all decided we're gonna keep working and not eat, so we'll just watch you.
All right. You said what page went?
32, I think it is.
This file.
32, 33, maybe?
Okay, sick leave.
Yeah, 32, 33, and 34.
Okay.
So in XX.3, under accumulation of sick leave and sick leave self-act deferral, there's a blue sentence in there that you added back in that we had taken out. And it's my understanding that that has to do with people back in October, before October 1 of 2009. And it's our understanding that there aren't any longer any people in that category. Unless you tell us differently,
We've
if
got
it
a
is,
roster.
we'll leave it in there, but I don't think there is.
So we don't have,
There's no one in
in
our,
2009, they didn't take a snapshot of who had a accrual cap. So each year we go back and anybody over 750 and say, what was their accruals in 2009? We went back, I think, 6 years to see if anybody who was over that had a grandfather. And over the last 6 years, we didn't see anybody hitting that. So we don't think there's anybody left in the rank and file. But before we do that, if you have anybody else you want us to look at, we can take a look.
I don't think Joe was close with his.
You had the list of employees on your phone a minute ago.
yeah,
I mean, can we-
Bobbitt
It'd be-
hired later,
it'd be
right?
their crew,
So he was,
sick time.
he was after.
Do we have any
But you
reason?
guys did check and there was
We
nothing.
went back to who was over the 750 over the last 6 years and said, none of those people,
Have
are in the
over
rank
that
and file now
Over.
that had caps, but could there have been somebody who
Is selling back every
used
year.
a lot, had a high cap, maybe had an injury and used a lot and is earning back up?
I think
There may
I'm
be
over-
somebody there, so I can't tell you 100% we checked every member,
I think I'm over this
They're talking
by
about
a little
700.
bit, but I don't know.
but were you in 2009?
Not, you'd
I think
have been over at two, in
I
two
think I
thousand.
was.
No.
I don't know.
You were.
Maybe
you
not.
hadn't earned that.
Never mind.
You're only here 3 years.
So do we have anybody in the bargaining unit that just would improve?
You can go and add that.
Yeah, I was like, wait,
I was at 850. That's exactly right.
I don't know,
We don't know.
because if they're selling back at 192 a year, they wouldn't get the 700,
Right.
but may have been over 750 in 2009. If we can do the research and know that there's nobody in the bargaining unit that is over, then I don't think anybody. will
Anybody you
have
think
any
would
issue.
be close, maybe we can limit it to like,
So
who's
looking at
who's
the
even
whole
like
unit.
in that ballpark of,
Jovanovic might.
maybe a
Nah,
lot.
it's late.
No,
It was after 09.
Okay.
I think subject to us confirming it doesn't impact the bargaining unit, we can take that out.
Yeah, I mean, it would be your senior most guys, your Lamrans, Leases, Andy, McKay. Those are the guys I think you'd have to worry about. I think anybody,
Road.
yeah, the Rhodes is,
I'll look at whoever.
I think anybody starting after, say, what were we earning back then? Right at 100, right?
Can you give us a snapshot of the hire?
So they had to be 7.5. So they'd have to be here
This system was by
7 years.
individual employees, so if you have a certain employee you think might have been, I could look at that
Okay.
employee.
Who were the names that you mentioned that could be on the cusp?
Carl Lamran,
Lamoran,
Sleaze,
McKay.
Billy and Joe
Sleaze.
Rhodes.
You don't wanna look at
Okay.
one.
Okay. Oh, my bad. I didn't realize you were doing it real time. My bad.
Real time, because, yeah, so.
You got that?
I'm asking McKay.
Okay. You still have that in seniority?
Okay, 10-109.
Yeah, Dean Gaver could have had it. Steve Nagy could have had it. I don't know. I'm just looking at guys who could possibly have it.
This is what they had at that time.
As of October.
As you can see, it's not the most great system to.
It's actually possible Fields and Gaver could have had it because they started in '04. Gives them 5 years. No, they probably couldn't have.
Yeah. I mean, it's so age, never took off.
I know it's intent. I don't know.
Yeah. James Kenny. Did you have 750?
Yeah, so he previously.
Way back
In 2009?
So what
No,
was the
it's just
role?
a
So
sec.
you had 36.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you have over 750 and sick?
I don't know. I don't know. You can look.
Take Kurt's.
I might, it's possible.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a very limited number of people we'd have to check.
So Wayne, as they're pulling up this verification on this, it looks like you guys accepted our other additions on 6 and 7 of this same article.
I thought we did not. We had removed them for a reason.
644 is his total.
That's what he can set back.
361 back then.
I'm sorry?
That's
I
not.
thought, Wayne, you have participants.
Yeah.
Basically,
I
this
can't hear you
is
'cause everybody's talking.
261.
Top of page 34.
Let me look. This is. Who'd we check?
Kurt's there,
Okay.
so he was at 261 back at the beginning of October 2009.
Okay.
So this is.
And you started in
employees
04?
Who had in excess of 750 for truck.
Right.
Right. So did we check Lamoureux?
Yep. He must have used some, because he was down to like 30-something hours.
Oh,
Plenty of
okay.
time.
Can you scroll all the way to the top for me? James Kenny?
Check Kurt's.
Yeah, we checked Kurt.
This was obviously an issue, I guess, literally, what, 11 years ago, when we were on my contract.
So it was 600.
Oh, dang it.
Okay.
It's Bill Sleece. Josh Eddy.
I know Josh used. I don't, when did Bigger start?
05.
He did a
05
little
to 09. I don't think he'd have enough time to get to 750.
Unless I'm
Yeah, I think that's
Wayne, unless I'm
probably the
looking at
last
a
one.
different, I thought the version you guys.
Let me look. I think that's probably the last one we need to check.
Top of page 34.
And 6 and 7.
It looks like they agreed to.
213.
So you're-
Okay, and then,
This is our version.
all right, so that's all for the officers, and then the sergeants.
So it's our version that we provided.
Yeah, this folder where they passed out.
No, this is like yours.
Joe Rhodes.
Oh, we haven't seen yours.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
Well, we gave you back on, when we gave you our full.
Yeah, the ones we gave to you, I don't think had that in there, Gary.
Did you give us the sick time yet? I don't think
When we
got the
gave
sick-
you
Yeah.
the full.
Oh, the full one?
article.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah. I mean, the full contract.
That's the-
We
which
gave
is
you the
what
sick
would've
time
worked
and that,
off
we gave you the sick time and the only difference,
Okay, Steve Nagy.
That's it, that's all.
I'm just looking
Oh,
at
it's the
guys
same
who
one,
were
yeah.
here
Yep.
multiple years before.
Right. That's when we kind of looked,
Yeah, it's not looking like it's gonna be close. Okay. Fields and Gaver, I think, would be the last two that could possibly be close, yeah,
Good, sorry.
yeah, yep. Then Gaver would be I think, the last one that could possibly have reached it. Wow, all right, we're good.
Okay, well, we can strike that then. And
Okay.
if no one has it,
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable, nobody's got it, we checked, that's pretty exhaustive.
That's kind of what we thought. All right. And then in our proposal, we had, I'm looking at differences between ours and yours. I think the only other two differences were in your XX6 and XX7.
Yeah.
So Jamie's going to explain to you why we had taken those two out.
So we were just trying to get it as closely aligned to the way things are actually processed. So when we read point 6, we interpret it as if you say you take a 12-hour day sick, but you work extra later in the week. We read this that you would be still charged 12 hours. However, I believe current practice and past practice for a while has been if you worked 4 hours extra later in the shift, we reduce your sick leave by 4 hours. So we didn't think this was, and then we didn't find that, well, we did see that people were charging less than half an hour to their sick time. So we just didn't believe these were two provisions that were actually in line with the way things, payroll has been processed for a while, so that's why we took them out.
So if I understand right, if you're sick and it's a 12-hour shift, say you stayed late an hour during that pay period, you would have 11 hours charged, or you would say 12 hours of sick and 1 hour of regular time?
So my understanding of the current process is you would have 11 hours charged to your sick leave.
Yeah, I think that's basically what that sentence says.
well, let's take it out. They want to remove those.
Because it currently says you'd be charged for the full 12, and I don't think
Yeah.
that's in line with what.
XX6 in that
Is the way it's
example would mean you
processed.
get 12 hours taken out of it.
Well, no, because it said your total number of scheduled hours.
Schedule.
So, yeah, so what they're gonna do is take the 84 and subtract however many you're short.
Right,
Because
which
you're
is our current
scheduled
process.
84, which is
Well,
the same
This
process.
says the scheduled, I read that as however many you were scheduled that you were absent the whole 12. So I
Okay,
didn't read
we're
this,
just reading
I
it
didn't
differently.
read this as
Yeah,
in
we're just-
line with our current
Okay.
practice.
Would one way you just say,
I don't think it hurts.
you described what practice is, could we say, something like per current practice, or is that overcomplicated?
Yeah,
I don't think it's necessary to have the language in there.
Are you guys okay with having it out?
Mm-hmm.
Is that both of them?
yeah,
Right, because we do the same thing,
Yeah.
whatever you need to get to 84 is what
Right.
we charge.
Okay.
So
Okay, so
we're
basically,
not going, oh, we're gonna charge you an extra, 7
6
minutes to
tenths
get
of
you
an
there in
hour.
half an hour.
right.
We're going, all right, well, you have to get to 84.
Just confirm it, you checked Joe Rhodes.
I did.
I guess the sick leave policy, then we're in agreement with.
Yep.
Okay.
So let's print that out. You don't need to take this or leave the strike throughs in there, though, do you?
No, I think she's been doing a clean copy.
Yeah, that's the better way to do that. Well, let's get that one behind us.
You can delete it or something. I just don't want it for right, it's not necessarily, I don't want to give the perception that this change from, someone will marry. Don't want to give the perception that we're right?
That's what I thought.
I think you just accept all, or reject all changes.
I guess you technically, tired of that. What you do too.
We keeping you up over there?
Yes, sir.
I know this is just riveting.
There needs to be.
So what's the, once he's finished that, Wayne, what's the next one we're gonna move to?
We want to chat with you about other leave. Let's see, where'd you put that? 30, 38 maybe? Yeah, 38, this one we can find.
I think we have two proposed additions.
I think we just added these two.
Which article, Wayne?
Well, we don't have article numbers. It's XX, but
Oh,
page,
really? Okay.
page 38 of theirs. 38, 39.
Is the, what's the city's position on these two?
Let me get Jamie back. We just had a question about what we're referring to in XX7 and XX8. But before we ask you the question, let me get her back. Here, there she is. So it looks like XX7 and 8 has to do with some sort of leave for training and educational purposes. XX7, I get that, training courses and attending conferences and seminars and all that stuff, but XX8, is that like a sabbatical or something? Where people, it says an education leave with full pay?
I'm like Justin, I think this came from another city employee contract, is that right?
It came from the TVA, the old one, and the lieutenant's contract. So we're thinking.
So is that like if we send somebody to FBI Academy or something, where they're away? I'm actually asking because I don't know, where they're away for an extended period?
Yeah. That's probably what it would be.
It almost sounds like a sabbatical.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. So it's not geared to.
you know, you're
Yeah.
a teacher.
Yeah. This one, I think is self-explanatory, right?
Yeah. Right about.
I see,
So you guys, you're okay with 7? The question is 8.
I don't know, I wish I had the answer for you.
We just, I think Jamie is kind of, I guess I don't want to speak for, but Jamie, the thing with 7 was more of a, this, just by general policy, we always pay for the employee who is going to a training in that scenario. So it was weird that it was spelled out the way it was. in that.
Yeah, I just was curious, your guys' perception of how it's used. I mean, training hours are work time.
Yep.
So it's one of those things, we've had this language for a while, we never really talk about it because it's not really used. So I guess, is it needed?
So
Is
what
it
if,
just not there?
What if an employee wants to take a course and the city doesn't want to pay for it and the employee's willing to pay for it? In that event, would they still get paid for their hours? So if they don't want to pay for the course because it costs $1,000, the employee's willing to pay for it. Would that be something that would be covered under this? They still get their benefits in time, but then the city manager would have to approve it? It's like if I wanted to go to armory school,
Right.
but the city doesn't want to pay for the armory school, but I'm like, hey, I'll pay for it as long as you pay my salary. And make sure I'm covered under my benefits and all that from there.
What's armor school?
Like lock armor to fix the guns, or something like that. You know, that's one of the courses that a lot of the guys like to take, but it costs money.
Right,
And
which currently probably wouldn't be covered unless.
yeah, if the budget doesn't cover it, but hey, if I'm willing to pay the $750 to go take the class, can you guys cover it everything else? Like send me on my time. I think that's where this would come in. So it's not like, I don't think it would be a sabbatical, just be that time while you're gone.
And there is a history of that.
Yeah, there is a history where we're turned down for classes because of money. And if the employee's willing to pay out of pocket, then
And I think we've used it in the past where somebody's trying to finish up their degree. And with that 12-hour schedule, kind of limits you on when you can actually go to the class. So I think they were allotted time to take the leave to go to the class and then come back. I think a couple people.
Were they allowed to use their leave or were they?
I don't know. I just know that I know that's come up a couple times with like people trying to finish their associates. They got that last class. It's in the middle of, your day shift and night shift. They're always switching, so they allow them to take leave. But hey, I don't know.
So, how is that different than training and tuition reimbursement, that your example?
training and tuition reimbursement, I think it has to do
Can you
with
go
college.
on the lieutenant's contract, page 16?
And they're
I saw you.
reimbursing you for your training, the actual training classes.
So Wayne and Matt, this is from the
Right.
lieutenant's contract, 29.2. And I think it's verbatim what.
Yeah, so I don't think any of us are arguing that it was
Okay.
prior language. We're
Right.
just trying to wrap our heads around
Why it's needed.
why is it
Yeah.
needed, when would it be there? It's not,
When-
it's just something we never talked about for
Yeah.
a while and just.
When
wanted
would
to
it
flesh
apply
that.
and
Yeah.
and how would it apply?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like our perspective is that's when it would apply, is if the employee wanted to take their own leave or go pay for their own class, but then still be covered under the city. Because then that could cover transportation.
Yeah.
If you get injured, take one of these
Workers' comp.
classes, it covers workman's comp, all that stuff. So that's why,
You're still considered a city employee
yes.
and
But
all
we're,
rights.
but the employee's paying for the class out of pocket.
Let's talk for just a minute.
Okay.
Should we get a delivery here any second anyway?
Pull it up, let's print it off. Let's get this one.
Great, thank you.
Good as is.
Well, pulling that up, what's the next one?
How about drug testing? Alcohol and drug testing, 46 to 70, I think, or 46 to.
Just so you know, I think ours was pulled from, before we go, I don't hear any reasons of what changed.
Yeah,
Is this the one that was previous?
this is the one that's completely rewritten.
Yeah, we kind of rewrote this one.
This
The other
used to
one
be like
was-
20 pages.
Yeah, it was too
Okay.
unreadable. This one, I think, was a bit more concise. It looks like you've got 3 different proposed changes in this, so let me just
Okay.
address all of them. So, under XX5, testing, reasonable suspicion, you've added articulable reasonable suspicion. That's fine.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that. And the same with adding that sentence, the supervisor shall provide articulable facts in writing to substantiate the reasonable suspicion. We're good with that requirement. I think that's for everybody's protection. That's fine. Down in B, under the reasonable suspicion, you struck out the information an employee has caused, contributed to, or been involved in an accident while at work. It seems, I think I get where you're coming from there. You know, they could have a slit on the finger or something, all of a sudden you send them off to a test. That doesn't make a lot of sense. But it seems like there ought to be circumstances where if they get into an accident or injury at work, that they ought to be tested. So what if we clarified that by saying that reasonable suspicion would be that if there's information the employee has caused, contributed to, or been involved in an accident while at work, but also that it has to give rise to some reasonable suspicion. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it's not just some slip your finger or something like that. But
Right.
they get injured at work, but there's also some reasonable suspicion that they're under.
Yeah, like odor of alcohol. Yeah, because that,
You know what I
the
mean?
reason
Or
why
they're-
we struck that, because it says reasonable suspicion may be based upon. So
Right.
just because they're in an accident, that's not reasonable suspicion.
I get
That's what it
it.
sounds.
So we would
But yeah,
couple it.
if there's extra parameters,
So
glassy
can you pull that
eyes,
up?
odor.
Yeah, yeah.
And for historical purposes, there was a time when we were taking guys for urine screens after their car got hit in the parking lot.
And I get that. That doesn't make a lot of
And
sense.
unoccupied.
But if they get hit in a
Right,
parking
right.
lot and then they walk out and they got blurry eyes and alcohol,
That's an
Yeah,
entirely
Yeah, that's
different.
reasonable
Right,
suspicion.
that's what we're getting at.
right.
All right, so. Ooh, food. All right, let me just finish this and then maybe we could eat. So, Jamie, if you take out the strike through that information that an employee has caused or contributed to.
Reasonable, articulable suspicion.
Just so you know, Jamie, I did not do all the strike throughs and all that stuff, so I just highlighted and printed it.
We want to leave that language in there.
So probably made it harder for you to do.
So Heather, if you could leave that language in there, and not have it struck through.
It was already struck through, I was trying to unstrike through it.
I haven't figured out how
I
to
was
do
pressing,
that yet.
I think you can do reject, you should be able to say
Or you
reject,
go,
but it wasn't working.
just go home and go to the home button.
I'll do that one. I don't know what that is either.
It's still there, it's just. Right there. So if you highlight it, go to home.
Would you have to?
Oh, it's not actually.
No.
Got it.
I did
It's
the
just
old-fashioned way.
formatted.
Yes.
That's why it's not working, because not actually
So
tracking.
go to,
That's why I always have a clean copy,
No,
because
you-
my mark is like
Got it.
that.
I was,
I'm not
that's
well
what you
versed
were
at
saying
work,
to me.
so
I was like,
just change
why
the color.
is this not working?
Just change the color.
There you go. All right, now add,
Yeah.
so take out the period
Yes.
at work.
Got it.
He's like, I can make it look.
Hey, it worked.
That's so
Oh,
good,
man.
Information and
So
employee
mad.
history.
Turn to lunch.
You ready to type in something?
Okay, I'm ready.
You know, we might be eating in the other room. We're probably gonna eat in the other room, because we gotta talk about where we're going
Hey, did
next.
they bring my drink?
Drinks are coming.
Treats over here. I don't know.
Yeah,
who's got what.
Add in giving rise
See.
to reasonable suspicion.
See, Dale?
I'm sorry, a reasonable
Coke?
Who
suspicion.
else got a drink? I don't wanna, like,
Giving rise
I
to
got
a
a-
reasonable
I should have
suspicion
a regular size
of
Coke.
I got you.
just have a regular.
Huh?
size.
Oh, I should have
drug
a
or
large.
I think
alcohol
this is
use.
the large.
Yeah.
Sorry, say that
Okay.
again?
Drug or
That looks
alcohol.
bigger.
Drug
I
or
don't know if
alcohol
that's it
use.
or that. Oh, there's numbers. 15.
Is that,
Does
does that work for you?
59?
Justin,
Probably
does that work for you up there? Or Gary?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what you're.
Is that what you got?
Yeah.
Does that work?
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
I got a 7.
All right, and the last one you had was, you want us to provide you with a list of employees who were selected for random testing. You know, we frankly have an issue with doing that.
I got Justin involved.
First of all, I don't know what you need it for. And then, you know, I hate to have something in there that we don't abide by and we get a grievance over it. And we probably forget to give it to you.
Could we,
Plus, it's medical information, you know?
No, I
It's
didn't-
confidential.
could we maybe add that the city would make available to the union president or business agent?
How about, can we just say upon request? So, you know, if you guys
upon
ask,
request.
yeah, if
Okay,
you guys
so
ask us
list-
for it, we'd be glad to give it to you, but,
Okay.
Because you don't want it, the guy that's getting hit 6, 7 times.
yeah.
Over and
No,
over.
I get that. I just don't want something in there that we
Okay.
don't abide by.
Just
So,
so I'm
and
getting to
he-
review the list of who gets on
And
Oh, on
just
randomly
The
test.
randoms?
for record's sake, it's not a city-based program that pulls the list.
Yeah, Heather, can you
Our
scroll
Advent
that up
Health
to
is the one who pulls the list for
to
us. So I
the
just,
next page?
in case you guys aren't
They
aware
like
that
me.
we don't pull
Further
that
down,
list, I just want to make sure that that was clear, that that's not.
Just so everybody's clear what we're talking about this one right here.
Yeah, just put upon request, the city agrees.
definitely like.
So there wouldn't be anything, just a list of the randoms would not be medical.
Yeah, I guess, well,
The results would be for medical information.
yeah. You're probably right.
You're probably right, Jared.
Anyway, we could just say upon request
Yeah.
and we give it to them.
You have for.
And I think that's it.
Good with
Otherwise, we're good.
Yeah.
We all good with that? Let's print her out. So we're gonna go have our lunch in the other room and talk about what else we can talk about today. I know we're probably gonna talk about wages, but we've got some other stuff maybe we'll talk about first. So we'll be right back.
So was the working lunch productive?
It was, actually.
Good.
You got,
Oh, this is the drug testing.
And by my count, I think there's, I mean, granted, these are big ones we have talked about. I think we have about 8 left after this one. Grievances, disciplinary action, wages, holidays, annual leave, uniforms, workers' comp.
I think you're right.
And I would say even about 3 of those are only a couple of sentences like workers' comp and uniforms. I think you can annual leave, so we're not guilty, not.
Who's keeping these? Heather?
She was.
Heather had to
Had to leave for pension board. Well, we've been discussing giving you a counter proposal on wages. We can't meet the one that you gave to us. Let's start right there. That's probably another shock to you.
You were anxious to
And do you have
say.
any questions about it, by the way? Because you saw,
Yes, we do.
we were with you up to year 4, and then we get a 5%.
Well, that's what I was just getting ready to say. We're really not in a position yet to give you something meaningful because we do have some questions. And it largely centers around questions of priorities and where you want to put your emphasis on. But I'm going to have Jamie ask you the question because she's far more versed on this stuff.
Okay.
So I'll let her start recording.
Oh, yeah.
So is,
Oh, sorry.
Hold on a
did
second.
did we close the loop on the last article that was before lunch?
Yeah, the
Yes,
drug,
Okay.
I just signed it. Yep.
Okay. So we're gonna do what? We're gonna go to wages now?
We're just gonna answer some questions, I think, on these.
Yeah, and frankly, our intent, by the way, is to talk with you some questions about wages and try our next meeting to give you a comprehensive proposal on all the outstanding issues, including wages,
Okay.
in an attempt to try to get this done.
Well, and along those lines, before we jump into Jamie's questions, on our side of the table, knowing that next week from Thursday's Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, I would assume nobody's gonna be available. We could meet as early as, I looked at my schedule, this Friday or Monday of next week, if we wanna try to get another meeting in.
We're thinking on the same wavelength, not this Friday, but next Tuesday is what we were looking at. Because Jamie's got negotiations with firefighters.
That's the 22nd.
Yeah.
That's the Toys for Cops Day that we're pretty heavily involved in.
What time of day? Is it all day?
Well, I am kind of tied up from 11 to 2 on that. And I'm also working, so it would be hard for me to make it.
James, yeah, IF that on Monday, it's like.
Okay.
Are you gonna be all day with them today?
We have 9 to 5 scheduled. We're trying to have that one as well.
I could do Wednesday, but I could,
I can. From Wednesday on, I'm gone for a long time, as a matter of fact.
did you say this Friday does not work for you?
It does not.
Thursday's probably not giving you enough time. Just for 3 days.
Yeah, I'm actually done the rest of the week.
If we did Tuesday, Carmen, could you, you're busy 11 to 2, but if we started at,
Yeah, it's actually work day for me, but
Man, we could start later in the afternoon if you want. If that
then we
would help.
go,
I would actually probably be better if we could start as early as we could.
Well, I've got a call that day at 9 o'clock, no, 9 o'clock, yeah, with the Department of Justice. I can't move. It's only gonna take about an hour, but.
okay. Would you want to, would you need to be at your office to make the call?
No.
I was wondering if you could make the call from
I
here.
can.
We
I
could
can.
start at maybe, we could say 9:30 if your call's done in a half hour. We could just start when you're finished. How about that? We could already be here.
I'm fine with that. I don't have to be.
So you want to call it 10?
Well, actually, I gotta work at 6 that morning, so
Mhm.
start at 6.
I'm good with that.
I mean, we could try early. Yeah, we could start earlier too. 8:30?
8 or 8:30 or something like that.
8's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, the earlier the better. Chances are we will be less covered up early in the morning.
Get ahead of
As the day
the
goes on. Yeah.
It's the 22nd?
22nd.
So start at 8 a.m.
Early Can we meet?
What time's this really?
Whatever you want. I got this little card.
You can open it? All right.
So
I don't
Wayne-
know about the clerk setting up the recording. You have to
So we
hear
could
the
meet from 8 to 10, let Wayne take his call, then we could take a break, and maybe we could be mulling over something while you're on your call that you might want us to look at.
Actually, I think my call's at 9. Hang on.
And then would the intention be to pause from 11 to 2 or continue in the absence of Sergeant Carmen or
If
and
I,
then pick back up after 2 or what do you guys think?
we'll see where we're at. If I absolutely can't leave, then we'll make it happen. We'll make it work.
My call's actually at 9. I mean, we could meet at 8 and go from 8 to 9 and then break for my call for an hour and let you guys talk and pick it up again at like 10.
And then Carmen,
Yeah, that would be good.
and of the remaining articles after today, we could make sure which ones, I know you'd want to be in on all of them, but the ones that are most critical, maybe we can address.
Well, it sounds like all of the articles that still remain will be
Okay.
on Tuesday morning, is what.
No, I
I'm
mean, the
getting.
ones that you would want to make sure you have input on, if not all of them.
Yeah. But yeah, let's,
Even if we have you available by phone or something.
Yes.
You know,
we'll try and make it work. This one's a lot better than last time because I will have a partner sergeant.
what's it
The
called?
last
Boys
time I
for
did
cops, not boys for ducks? like the Marines?
No, yeah, we had to keep it separate from the Marines. So,
Okay.
So where
Target,
the cops actually get all the toys.
yeah.
Just keep them.
See, that's why you went to the academy.
You get
Tell
to
you
play with them
something.
before you give them away. All right.
So 8 o'clock on Tuesday,
That's with me.
does that work? Is that okay with you too?
12:22, 8 a.m.
And we plan on going for an hour. I'll take my call and then we'll pick it back up. It shouldn't go more than an hour. Maybe an hour and a half. I doubt it.
DOJ, are you up for a big post in the new Biden administration?
Gary, that would be a pretty unlikely scenario. No, I've got a lawsuit that they might be filing against one of my clients.
Yeah. Yeah, those, the civil rights ones that go through cities or something, they have to get the blessing of the DOJ.
You
right?
guessed it. There you go. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
All right.
Okay.
DOJ.
So.
All right, so we're on wages. You had questions?
Yeah, and I don't know, I understand the proposal, so there are less questions, clarifying questions, you know, I particularly, you know, I like the idea of after a couple of years, seeing a little bit of a higher boost and then lower, but it all comes down to the dollars and cents and how we can slice them. So that's what I wanted to kind of talk about is knowing we can't meet your proposal, for us to come back with the next one, kind of hearing a priority from you guys. So a couple of things that I notice is, you know, that I think of is I see that we're kind of close together on starting wages. So a couple of factors that I'm looking at is the movement through the ranges. That obviously impacts the cost. You know, I know that you guys have 5 additional steps at the officer rate and a couple more at the sergeant rate, 1 more at the sergeant rate than we proposed. The sergeant starting rate is pretty high. You know, I know that that's an area that from a market standpoint, I don't think we're as far off on as we were with the officer rate. So to see that kind of jump in the sergeant rate definitely impacts the cost of the proposal. And then there are other things throughout the proposal, such as the range master. I see that you guys kind of agreed to our structure on specialty pay. I don't know how many range masters we have. Obviously, I could get that information. But priority wise, just looking to hear from you guys on that. I know the detective clothing allowance is increased, so less questions, more wanting to hear from you guys where your thoughts are, where we should be putting our few remaining dollars left in our counter proposal.
All right. Easiest one will be the range master. So the specialty on that, that's currently, we used to have a range master, there's only 1. Now that we have a range again, our training sergeant is in charge of the range. So he's doing all the upkeep and doing all that. So that would probably still be 1 position. And it would probably go to him. He's the one doing all the upkeep. He's the one who's managing the range, scheduling it with other departments, and then also scheduling our training throughout the year. So that's one position, maybe down the road, talking it into maybe 2 or 3 positions, I don't know.
So there's one right now, there's one.
Right now, we have none, but we're trying to put it back in.
And wasn't there, Justin, with your team, something about $100 for the detective, out of line with the.
No, they
Yeah,
all agree
everybody
with
was
that.
good with
They're-
They all- Yep. So, but that's for the range master. As far as the detectives pay for the clothing allowance, the issue that we ran across on that one was the payback. So, I wish Jared was here because he's on that. had all that
Yeah, and so
information.
let me float an idea. One of the things, because we had heard similar issues with the payback before. You get it, you've already spent the money. So we had talked about to not worry about a payback instead of giving you a lump sum at one time of year where you're worried about them being, in a detective assignment for a week and getting the lump sum and then having, leaving the detective assignment. We talked about changing that, converting that into like a per pay period stipend. I don't know how you guys feel about that. That way you're not worried about when you're in, when you're out, you're out. We're not really worried about a payback schedule.
I think the only time it doesn't work is when you're initially appointed, because that's when they gotta spend
With that,
a
So
bunch
our-
of money
still
out.
Our
include that
prior
500.
issue, our prior discussions, and I get different unit, different contract, but
Right.
we had said upon assignment, we would give you a lump sum. I think it was $500, and then thereafter it would just be a per pay period.
how much are we looking for a pay period? Just that 750 spread out
It
for
was,
the
Over
15,
yeah.
the
the
26.
26 weeks?
This, the clothing allowance, we're talking
Yeah.
750?
Yes.
Okay. And that was up from 500, I think, right?
No, it was still
It was
$750, but we
750.
had in addition to the $750, we were proposing a $500 lump sum upfront, which they currently didn't get. So we were proposing an additional upon assignment increase, and then the current amount being split per pay period. No, that wasn't in this proposal,
Taxes.
but I'm just
and all that.
curious on your guys'
It would
standpoint.
actually
You'd like
help
to
them
see
out.
something like that.
With the taxes.
It would help them out tax-wise. Because you're spreading it over 26 pay periods instead of at once.
Okay, so if there's some kind of interest, we can incorporate.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll take it back to
I
the
think
guys.
that one could probably,
I'll take it back to the
yeah.
membership and let them. We might come up with some. kind of
Having had to
language.
pay that back, that's miserable.
Sure.
Because it gets taxed so heavily when you pay it out to begin with. And then the city's like, well, you didn't get the 750, but we paid you 750. We want 750 back. But we'll take out whatever taxes. As I recall, initially the city wanted me to pay back more than I received. And that was 6 months. So,
I get that, and that's why we were looking at alternatives
Yeah.
to try to solve that problem, It's definitely understood without us just saying, hey, don't worry about it.
yeah,
Trying to come to some kind of-
That's
that is certainly something we can work with, I think.
Yeah, I keep looking for it. It's under uniform.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
It's just in my mind, all the dollars and cents, trying to figure out where to.
So
put
as
it.
far as the pay,
Yeah.
we have 22% of the officers are over that or will be at or over that 15-year mark this year. So that's a big chunk of our membership. That's a big chunk of, it's almost a quarter of the bargaining unit that's over that mark. So that's why we try to stretch it out to 20. Especially getting up there to where we're here for 25 years, they should be able to build up their salary that way. When you're capped off at 15, it sort of cuts everyone off at the end. And then with the longevity steps, we felt that would be a good way to help recruit, bring in more recruits, because you start at a lower rate than our 2 cities north and south of us, but then you have a potential of making more money down the road. And that might help with the longevity of keeping people here. It'll help with keeping the people we currently have here. Because right now the county is offering $7,000 sign-on bonus. And plus their starting wage is already higher than ours. So that's something we have to compete with. And we're trying to keep the people we have in that range, the 5, 6, 7 year And even after the 15-year range, I could probably go to the county with that $7,000 and make more than I have here at 15 years. So that's why we're jumping there. And we understand that it is a cost to the city, but we're in trying times right now, especially with the starting wages going up, the minimum wage going to 15. We're trying to get ahead of that and, hopefully come back higher next year. But
I know all the HR directors and the city managers talk. Does Port Orange have I know South Daytona and Daytona are kind of trying to build up incrementally to that $15 or like a plan?
Oh, we're currently evaluating in discussions, I think it's not until the third year.
Yeah.
Is there a need to act, but I'm not recommending that we wait.
Right,
To the
yeah,
third year.
that's
To-
what I'm kind of asking.
Right.
Like if you start breaking it down in baby steps over
Right.
time, it's a lot easier.
And Jamie, on the sergeant's pay, I was just looking at, I think we may have given you this wage study, Greg. I know we-
I think we just got the one page from you guys.
Now, this is from August this year, but looking at sergeant's pay, Port Orange is at 51, for years 6 to 10 for a sergeant, is at 51,805 annually. Volusia County, 656, Daytona Beach, 54, Daytona Beach Shores, 57. DeLand is 57,000. So our proposal does probably
So
say-
we don't have
Pay
what we
average.
have in front of you.
okay.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
Let's see that.
It's really hard to do a wage study when some of the cities use an hourly, some of these use an annual, and a lot of them use minimum, midpoint, and maximum, and you don't know where anybody is along those lines. So that pay averages study is actual experience numbers, what they're actually paying.
Yeah, pay averages is the one I'm looking at, page 9. This is from August, it's about 4 months, almost 4 months ago, but we understand, we're not trying to be the top of the market, but we're trying to position your sergeant's pay to be consistent, trying to actually fulfill the role of sergeant.
And is
This is
it
what- this
6
is what-
to 10 years in service as a total, or 6 to 10 years as a sergeant?
This is the wrong page.
Okay.
Hold on.
I would have, do you know right offhand? We'd have to
I'm
ask the
assuming
research
it means
folks.
total service, because one.
I would
said
imagine so,
3
because you
and
don't
4 to
have,
5 are
yeah,
pretty
25
much
years
blank,
as a
yeah.
sergeant very
Yeah.
often. Yes.
So certainly, obviously, we'll listen to any counter proposal, but, and we can send this to you in a PDF format, all 3 of you before we meet next Tuesday, right? And there may even be a more recent one since,
Can you do that? Right,
yeah.
Yeah, and this is,
Was it-
You have all of those?
This is
Yeah, I
the
have
one. This is the one I'm looking at.
I think I actually have it on
If you can talk-
electronic too.
Barry, if you can talk me through how you guys gather this data, because I know you guys provided me the one page on starting
Sure.
wages previously,
it's all
and
through
it
here.
was not,
The
there were some not quite accurate numbers when I compared it to the HR directors and the local counties.
Okay.
Which one was that because they
Yeah,
went
we have
up
one
or
called
down?
pay averages and one
Some of
is
them
called.
were below, some of them were above, that just, yeah, so there were,
Those were all
when I got
collected.
with the HR directors, some of those numbers just weren't correct.
They were
Some of it had
collected from
changed.
their,
Mhm.
they were collected from their wage, their contracts.
Mhm.
We did a public records request for all their contracts, and that's how we collected them. I think the only city we didn't get was Lake Helen.
Mhm.
They just didn't respond. So those were actually from the public records request we got. The ones that changed and went up was Daytona, New Smyrna. I think we did add the counties change. They went up.
Yeah, yeah. Volusia County went up under an MOU, that it's about to run out on January 5th, but who else, Greg? This
Well, South Daytona just approved their contract, so they got.
We will get that to you. I think Greg, to follow up on Justin, Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, there's someone in the IUPA office in Sarasota that physically does the research and compiles all this, but sometimes it's the product of public records requests of Justin and others.
And that's, I get that, but sometimes the record person's,
And I will email those to you. I do have an electronic copy of them.
Oh, you already have one? Okay. So, yeah, does that answer some of your questions on the wages, or do you have others on our wage article?
I mean, so I get that it's all important, but from what, and just echoing back what I believe I've heard is, as some priorities, that 1 to 5 range is where we are looking to maintain some, maintain our employees, and then the over 15 range, we're looking to ensure that there's something in the contract to provide for continued movement for that. Would that be an accurate
Yeah,
statement for your guys' priorities?
Yeah, I think leaving a quarter of the bargaining unit with basically
You've
no
gotta sell the
raises,
contract.
you
I
have,
get
yeah,
that.
you know, we gotta get them something.
And it's the guys at the back end of their career, so not only you're stunting their pension that's gonna be paid over the remainder of the life as well.
Also, the thing, when you have over 15 years, they've been loyal and stayed with the department at that time. And they're now at a level where they're able to do stuff way more efficiently, help the guys underneath them. Those are the guys that are gonna bring everybody's performance up.
And going back to that, the 1 through 5, we're good with that, where they're at. Like, if you see that we didn't raise your proposal on those.
Yeah.
But like at the longevity steps at year 5, that's, you get a bump for staying around 5 years. And then same with 10, 15, 20, get a little jump to them. And just help them out to stay longer. That way we don't lose people, we can retain them. And that gives people something to work for. We don't want people to do 3 years, fulfill their contract, go to the county.
And it's hard to ask a guy for his last 10 years not to get a raise.
Yeah.
You know?
And the only other kind of comment, not to speak out of line, is the point 3, striking that language. I'll tell you that the city, it's important for the city to be able to, when we have our pay raises here, we know that these are often for people who we recently went through the academy and things like that. It's important for the police department to be able to attract officers who with some experience, and we believe we should be able to compensate them in accordance with some of that experience. So the city will be looking to have some kind of language in there that makes it clear that going beyond the starting rate for a qualified.
And that's fine. But up to the year 8, that was an MOU that was actually brought before the PBA, and it was voted down pretty heavily, I believe.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
So,
like
you know,
41.
so that one, the years of, we understand recruiting is important and all that, but the years of service going all the way up to 8, that's kind of high for us. So I think a lot of the guys, especially since they voted it down in the MOU, they want to see something lower there. And that's why it is strike through. We are willing to come off of that and work with it.
And Jamie, to your point on this sentence in point 3, I think there already is that latitude that you've asked about. By the use of the word generally, it's allowing some flexibility, to hire outside the range based on experience.
And we may,
I do think the union has a vested interest though in getting some definition for that generally.
Yeah, of what generally means.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we would be open to that, or we may even, between now and Monday, tweak that sentence or sentences a little more.
and for us, authority-wise, right? So I will tell you, under general city policy outside of this, department heads have discretion to go 5% above the starting rate. Anything above 5%, up to 10%, they have to get concurrence of the finance director and admin services director. And anything above the 10% requires city manager approval. I don't know if there's some interest in keeping with something like that, but just, for us, we're also looking to make sure whatever offers are put on the table are reasonable within some kind of authority to put that on.
5% would basically be step 4, right? What is it? No, 1, 3, 4.5. Yeah, so you'd be at 6% at step 5, right?
So I think we want to probably go a little bit beyond just the department head authority. But,
Okay.
you know, we did try to add language that says it would be commensurate with years of experience, you know, relevant police officer years of experience. We're not looking to just tie anything to it. We're looking at
Was the,
experienced police officers.
did receive an email from the chief a while ago. He was talking about possibly doing like sign-on bonuses, or is that still something he's looking into?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I mean, I know that's something that's being considered. I can tell you that we're working with them to look at the, you know, like the agreement they give the guys at the academy
Yes.
to kind of front load, to make it more kind of like you were saying, the sheriff's, you know, working his magic, given the signing bonuses. We're looking at some way to front load some of the money as like a scholarship, to put, you know, somebody through and have some guarantee of, you know, a certain number of years of employment after, probably gonna be that 3-year mark. So yeah, those are both things we're still kind of actively working through. We'll definitely give you the final product, but it looks like it's gonna be more of a front load instead of it was kind of a strange structure that it had, like kind of making them an employee like in the academy. When I think that caused more issues than we really wanted to anyway. So we're gonna turn that into more of a, I think it's gonna look more like a scholarship type, you know, agreement, and
Okay.
with some sort of employment after the fact.
So what are the, like one of the officers that comes from another agency with already training and already has the academy, is there something in the lines for him, or is that what this is
Well, that-
geared towards?
That's what step 8 they give it to.
Okay.
I think that's
As far as
just-
this contract, now, we
Yeah.
still could have some discussions of assigned bonus. That's not something that would go into contract.
Yeah.
We just wanted to open up the lines of communication to let you know that we're considering all those kind of different things out there as potential recruitment tools. We wanted to-
We'll agree to
You're
that.
gonna have to consider, just
Yeah.
throwing it out, you're gonna have to consider if you give them a sign-on bonus, the guys who didn't get one, who are making less money than that, are gonna have an issue with that, right? So, you know, hey, you gave this guy $2,000 to go to the academy, and he's making, I don't know, 29 cents less an hour than I am, you know.
We'll agree to that right now, though, if you agree to our wages.
I am not in a position. Okay? If I was.
We'll sign off right now.
We would be
We're
done
good.
today. I will tell you that. If I was in that position, we'd be done.
Well, Jamie, there's only one other, then change on the wage article, if you want to ask a question about for today, 0.5.
No, I think I understand that. I
Yeah.
think that simplifies it. The reason our proposal was so complex, because there wasn't really much of an overlap, but because there is more. And then I would assume it would be the intention that they would continue to move through the staff,
Yes.
not just
Not
sit
stick,
till they get their year's service of where they're at. I
Yep.
would assume that's the intent. So.
continue to move now.
Well, since we still got, I guess, a little bit of time, do we want to talk about any of these remaining articles that might?
I think it would be better for us to just kind of put those, I hate to use the term package, but it might be at that point, to a point where we just give you a package proposal with all the outstanding articles in it.
Okay, including for disciplinary action?
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously something we've hashed through and are hard on.
You can get that one quick, right?
But, you know, we may have a modified proposal for you on that.
Same with uniforms and workers' comp?
Yeah, on the workers' comp, let me just ask you this, because we did intend on giving you something on that too. It looks like the sticking point on workers' comp is your desire to get rid of the PAT test.
Let's see, okay, here it is. It's at 43.
Yeah, it looks like that's what you've done. Is
Looks like we
proposed
have
to-
redacted
Yeah,
the PAT test, yeah.
So, from our perspective, that's a real problem to get rid of that. So what's the big issue with that?
Karma can Ray, that what we talked about? If I understood correctly, that the PAT gives some kind of benefit to the health insurance reduction. Or the workers' comp. Well, we're the only ones doing it, and am I wrong on that? It doesn't, you don't get anything for the PAT or the no smoking or anything? Okay, not sure.
That's the way it was sold to us when they put it.
Yes.
That's what we're
I mean,
told.
so let's talk big theory. Encouraging wellness results in
Lower insurance
lower
costs.
insurance premiums. But there's not, if you have this program, you will get a 3% discount or anything like that.
Okay. Effectively, what's the PAT doing? Because, you know, like you're performing these tasks, has to do every day. So we perform the task. I mean, what is the city's position? Why we're taking that? Because initially when we had it, they said that we were going to take it, we agreed to it, and that would lower our premiums on health insurance. But pretty much most of the years I've been here, it's always gone up. We never had a reduction that I can recall ever.
Not this year, right?
Well,
But
I
this
said
year is
reduction.
even,
I
right?
didn't say staff.
No deduction, it's
Listen,
even.
listen, can
But
we
that's
all,
effectively-
can we all, just for a
Yeah.
second?
But that's pretty much like how it was presented.
Mhm.
And we never got any benefit from it, from what we could see. So if we're not getting benefit from it, is there something else that, you know?
Yeah, I'll just speak briefly on it. I mean, I've negotiated a lot of these PAT things just because they seem to be kind of a fashionable thing to do in law enforcement in some agencies. I think, depending upon the rigorous nature of it, and I looked at this and this one, in the scale of things, doesn't look like it's, on the scale of things that rigorous. It's more of a statement to try to just encourage people to be healthy and fit and that sort of thing. This one doesn't seem to have anything tied to it, it doesn't look like you have an incentive to do it, or,
I think didn't they propose discipline on it?
There is discipline attached to it. There's a pass or fail.
yeah, naturally.
But
you get
we're open to
opportunities
negotiate it. We'll be open to negotiate it. On the next
Yeah.
session.
Fair enough. Okay, 8:00 on Tuesday.
8:00 Tuesday.
Who's bringing coffee and donuts?
I'll make Jared.
I'll bring it. Y'all vote on Jared or?
Since he's not
Said he
here.
offered the last
No,
No,
we
waited
can-
once.
Which was the second.
All right, we'll see you then.